Look at me. YouTube hello. Today we are finishing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. That's the first entry in the series. Will I be playing the other ones? I think it's pretty likely that I would. I'm a big fan of this particular game so far. So like I'm really excited to jump into it, to wrap it up. But that being said, YouTube, if you would please, I would love it if you like the video, if you're enjoying my uploads, if you're enjoying my uploads and stuff, please do all that stuff that YouTube likes. Comment, subscribe, ring the bell, notifications, all that nonsense. Please do that. It only helps me, only helps the channel. But YouTube, we're gonna see you in just a minute, okay? Bye, guys. Cool. Let's pop open that. Let's make sure that my shit's all hooked up and connected, because I'm a pro. I'm a fucking professional. Let's make sure I can hear the game in my headphones. Boop. Is that coming through for you guys? Sounds like it for me. So this is the last case. It's called Rise from the Ashes. It's apparently long and twisty and turny. Hopefully it doesn't have any. I really overexerted my ass with character voices last time with fucking Von Karma and a lot of heart and all that shit. I mean, my big takeaway from that was that from my trying to do character voices, I just need to work on my my Werner Herzog voice, I guess, which is what I chose for Von Karma, which, ooh. So this is already different. This is already pretty different than what we've seen from the previous cases. I think I read that this particular case was sort of like it's from the Japanese version, and then it was added. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. Oh no, a dame. February 22nd. Wright and Company Law Offices. Why do I come here to the office every day? I ask myself that same question about work. My dude, it's cool. It's not like I want to work. There you are, finally. Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow. Who are you? Doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Oh, so you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here? So you are the coffee boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait, you're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? That's me. Yeah, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you're our Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please, I'm out of time. But please, you have to help. It's my sister. Oh. Flashing back to sad. Sag. Maya? Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma. I'm a Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Okay. Hi, Emma. Okay. Let's talk. Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of jumpy, or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, I see. Wait, you're only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known at my age, no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age, no less. Great, another future professional in training. So what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab somebody with a knife. She wouldn't. So it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. All right, I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but that's interesting. How would she know Mia? That is interesting. So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigations should be done scientifically. Don't you? Wait. When did you play 1.4? I was waiting for a notification, but I didn't get any. Oh, no! I played that on, Saturday. I think. That's weird. I'm sorry. I had like an online notification and stuff, queued up. Maybe you don't have notifications turned on? I don't know. That's weird. But I did play it. It was great. The VOD is still up if you want to watch it. But, yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. Yeah, it was good. What you and Goku were saying, yes, I liked it a lot. What you guys were saying previously about it being a really, like, the best case in the game, like, without a doubt, it was really good. Very much enjoyed this game. I was sort of, the credits started rolling, and I was like, oh, that's weird. They said there was another case, and then like the hold it happened, and I was excited. But I liked it. I liked it a whole lot. Yeah, sure can't falter for a lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. Well, I probably need to bring this up, though. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Your only family. What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so what we know. She knows Mia. She asked for Mia specifically. 1-4, in my opinion, is the third best case in the trilogy. Whoa. I mean, that was definitely a very good case in this game. Huh, I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to raise this here? Oh, understood, ma'am. What was that all that about? Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing? Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow, and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey! How do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry, what exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? Two sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? The one you're playing comes forth. Ooh. Emma, Lana. I mean, they're just like... Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Okay. There's something you should know from the start. Which is... The suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Oh, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. It's quite specific. It was in the witness's deposition. The witness clearly saw me committing the crime. Ah, my, that was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. So who is the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective? A detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you. Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What, Mr. Wright? What does that mean? Well, it means the police department will consider it a matter of pride and to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learned. Yeah, woo! So you're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. It's an awful large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think that you would recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible that you wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident when I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in a class ahead of Mia, right? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey! It was in law school. It was my third year. She was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different. She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Oh. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lana was at the top of her class at school. That, sure. Okay. Okay. I was the best there was. Oh, I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. It sounds a little bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana... Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. Huh? I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So how can you say that you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Oh. Mr. Wright? Yeah. I believe our discussion here has ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. The client has confessed, after all. The case is over. Right, I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister, she's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... Well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out the underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. Let's go, not Maya. February 22nd. Prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. So this is the lot where it all happened. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like that. I am streaming until I finish. That's the goal today. We're finishing Phoenix Wright. So whenever I finish it. Hey everyone, keep up the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they're going to be my coworkers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know, attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying not to stand out too much here, you see. Hey there. Expecting to go unnoticed here, partner? Partner? Whoa. What? No. You sure this case is extremely long? Nope. Yeah, I gotta do it. What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch and it's up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall. Whoa. Marshall. It's more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, bambina. I know how you feel. But this is my gang's gold strike, see? Strike. This is our claim, our territory. Oh. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to? What's this guy talking about? You head along home now. Happy trails, bambina. Oh, boy. Oh, God, Marshall. What a character. Are you sure this case is extremely long? Yeah, I remember you telling me that before. Now I'm strapping in, dude. We're gonna make it happen. Was that, hombre a friend of yours? Kind of, sort of, yeah. He's a detective who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. Cool. Yeah, as if I'm gonna leave here. Let's look. Up. Here's a thing on the ground. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait, what are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything in a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. This will be playing when I wake up. I guess. I don't know. How is that scientific? It sounds like theft to me. Wallet. I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now. Look at the court record. Poop. Okay. Oh, I have to do it. I have to do it your way. You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now let's start examining from every angle. Oh, I can... Oh. Look, there might be a clue here. You should check it out. This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID number 584-2189. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. Oh, neat. I guess I gotta be on my toes from now on. So, this is new. That's a new mechanic. I imagine that was sort of added... aha! A ladder. Oh, that's a step ladder. We had this conversation with with Maya. What's the difference in scientific terms, please? Scientific? Huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This seems so horribly familiar. Yeah, you had the same conversation with... Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. Phoenix literally just opens a wallet. What's she babbling about? What did you say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. Okay. Well, that's... Boop, boop. Somebody dropped something here. Yeah. Just opens a scientific investigation. Okay. Well... Oh, Marshall's back. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff! Like I said before, this here's our claim. You'd best be moseying along unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Ah, scary! Just tell us one thing, who owns that car? I like his, like, theme music. Well, the little filly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in her saddle, eh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for victuals anyway. Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prospector's office. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self. Look up Biddles, Saloon, Cerveza. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from that car. You can look around here all you like. Just keep your paws off our claim. Right, great. Okay, so we can't... Great! Maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me, were you two all set? Us? What's this? She couldn't be. You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Hello! Half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thank you. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance, especially passersby. Are you officers? No, but you don't look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days as the cough-up queen or cough-up... What? Yeah, Phoenix, what? You know, maybe I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. Yeah, gross. I'm quite connected to this case, you see? The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up, queen. No, tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. You... Yes, ma'am. She means... Okay. we're gonna keep poking around here before we talk to the cough up queen. Barf. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? This is plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose. Ah, the theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Ah, hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe, was Mr. Relativity German, or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? It's not his name. That's incorrect. Okay, so there's a door. Look, a door! This must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. I fail to see what's so mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in there. The security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. Oh, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. It's too bad they don't have a test for common sense. Boy, that's definitely something I think about all the time. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. This wall is in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade, hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank. I fail to see how it makes any difference either way. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's go talk to the cough-up queen. Somehow I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen, just like I knew that on the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know that. You should know that the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the name of the innocents. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave away an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday? I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen. Ew, yeah, gross. The most heinous of all evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear. This lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So what exactly was it that you witnessed, Miss Star? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. See Lana Skye wield that knife so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of a silvery tie as to the world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. The rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Skye? Of course. It's quite a feat becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now, why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Huh. Little suspicious. Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who has had tried General Zhao's trilobite lunch set. Never mind, you win. I don't even want to appreciate part of a trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. Okay. Did you have a bad experience with a prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha! Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like a 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I heard Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now that you're talking cough-up queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but I'm not so sure. Okay. Cough-up queen is disgusting, and that's upsetting. I am upset. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to do that. Back. Damn it. I clicked the wrong button. I don't want it. Okay. Back, okay. Alright, let's go see the High Prospector. High Prosecutor's Office. Room 1202. Hey, the Steel Samurai. This is quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's something trophy or something here. Trophy? What, the shield? It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. Hey! Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth. You know him from somewhere? Of course. I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and... Right, her sister is the chief prosecutor, after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No! No! It was just Mr. Wright here, Hey, don't blame me. We're here to investigate a murder case, Miles Edgeworth, my beloved. Murder? A body was found in the nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? Ah! Like your car? I'll say one thing. She certainly can scream. All right, my friend. I saw that cravat on the suit thing, and I was like, I know whose office this is. Boop. All right. Miles, the case. So the body was found in your car? Go ahead and say it, right? You think I did it, don't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean, wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. I'm Sky. It's nice to meet you again. No, that didn't sound forced at all. Oh, now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit, it was a surprise for me, too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hello! More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I'm doing great. Just wrapping up Phoenix Wright here. Hope you're having a good day, too. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Anna Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, no. Oh, no. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Oh, no. Miles Edgeworth. We're all hanging out in the prospector's office. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimonies, illegal searches, you name it. Do you stream regularly? I try to. I really try to. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Yeah, I try to stream pretty regularly. Usually I only take I take Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday off. But I'm here often. So if you like what you're watching and you've followed and turned your notifications on, I'm playing games. Playing games a lot. So I see your cat emotes. They're cool. Just making this for you. Those cat emotes are they're standard from Twitch. They're just like, if you get affiliate, there's like a handful of emotes that they just give you. Those are just placeholders until my commissions come in. Chief Prosecutor Sky. Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago, I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then, why? Why did she stab somebody in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. Why do you have a knife? Edgeworth, why do you have a knife? What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Okay, that's a little better. It's not like she took the knife off of you, like off of your person and did it. Edgeworth knife. Edgeworth. What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can you take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Okay. We have... Can I do the 3D? Ooh. Oh. This is silly. Blood. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Heck, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling story is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. What? Well, there's a scary thought. Is there anything else? This is funny. This part is goofy to me. Oh, you can zoom in. If you say, can I... You know what? I'm not... I have some emotes that are being made for me already right now. But, I appreciate you offering. I already did that. Shit. Back. Okay, so we looked at the knife. Let's poke around his office. No, back. Back. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? There's a big K on it. Prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send the shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So, the K, that's... K stands for King. Yes, you've got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors, kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. Cool. This is gonna... King of the Prosecutors, eh? Wow, this jacket's even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wearing it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. Just getting way too excited about this. Okay. Poke around and look at all this. My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. Beside it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of this foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Wendy. Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiance? I don't... Oh, it's old bag. Ooh, cute. What a pretty tea set. I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Amazing. The drawer below is with the packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely blended concoction. Oh my god. Such things taking a hobby too far. There's a lot of shit to look at in here. Working desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use, easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't! He'll sue you! Why would you do that? Don't steal oh my god, don't steal stuff, please. Please stop stealing things. So it's King of the Prosecutor's Shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be the King of Prosecutors. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors! Please stop saying that. Still doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of the shield broken off? Okay, so that was something else to look at, I guess. Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. Betty pours over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. I bet in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases on his cheeks from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool? Oh boy, is she thirsty. She is very thirsty. Okay. Yeah, Emma, please tone the thirst down, please. Okay, let's go back. So basically this says you're the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where? Detective Gumshoe works? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. Doesn't seem too concerned about his award, for better or worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Boop, boop, boop. Can you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Hey, parking stub. This is a parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back. What, Wright? I'd appreciate it if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Whoa! Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence of the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir. I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware. Oh my god. Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right, Officer Meekins. Take a report and leave. Good luck with that raise next month. Oh, but sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave up brains and luck. Wow, Phoenix. Way to be a jerk. Right. Yes, sir. He caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. My God. My God. So many characters in this. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask them more there. Thanks. He's finally calmed down at least. Okay. I'm gonna leave. I do, want to look. I guess I'll, you know. His thoughts on Blue Eyes Crack. They're funny, yeah. Miles Edgeworth, 1712. This is dated on the day of the crime. The murder took place 3 minutes after Edgeworth parked his car. If only he was held up at a couple extra red lights, he wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair. Perhaps. Just goes to show you never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. Wow, that's a thought to have, huh? Nothing in the back. This is kind of neat. Does this stick around? I know you've played the other games. For those of you that have played the other games, does this, like, evidence thing move around? Ugh, you cough up queen. Get out of here. Trash. What a trash person. Oh, okay. I remember seeing him before. The Blue Nights into Dreams character here. Whew, we're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi, and the traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to criminal affairs next door. Huh? Hold on, what's that? Oh, he moves. Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? If it's like a report or something, you can just read it. Does that like stick around? Is that in the sequels? The like rotating stuff? Oh wait, I know this. This is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Forget the Blue Badger. Stop talking about the sun. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger? Uh-oh. No, just on this case. Nah, that's kind of a bummer. Oh, he noticed me. Sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal. What are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get some information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. Before we talk to our very best friend in the whole world, Detective Gumshoe. Usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. Never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. She has a point. Gumshoe doing the Blue Badger dance is now your sleep paralysis demon. I was wondering about that. What? The dance in Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece. Oh no. Is he gonna do the dance too? You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die. Poor Blue Badger. Fated to dance until he drops. Blue Badger added to the court record. He has a handprint on his face. Oh, can I not? I want to look at it. Oh, I just have to... Okay. Okay. I got some cops here. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. Then I said, Hey, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. All right, cop car here. That's right. Do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have a scientific proof. It's just a theory. Game theory. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? So when I was on the school trip, I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We had just been at the zoo, see? What about zebras? Do not have those at your zoo? Okay, so Emma once again. I always get excited when I come to the police station. Why is that? It just feels like I've jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. Okay, so nothing else to really look at. I guess the door here. The detectives look pretty busy in there. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. Okay, let's talk to our buddy. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says that she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. What if she's not telling the truth? Yeah, well, no. Come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal. Can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, and by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing, really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? Why do you mean this time? Then what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. We never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being let into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? You must support trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the Badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? Chief of Police himself is directing this investigation, pal. An Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall, now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall died. A patrolman in charge of a crime scene? It's unheard of, pal. Wait, so he's a patrolman. Huh. Interesting. So, hey, here's the guy. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey, pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into the police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman? Goodman? Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. Didn't you work with him in criminal affairs? Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman, he's the victim. That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, okay. So let's talk to him about that. Hey, tell me about Bruce. So this ID card belongs to the victim? He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. You don't think that's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is the chief prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot. Lana's confessing as much. Yeah, okay. Let's... ooh. And, oop. Oh, no, I don't want to... okay. Oh, hey. What's that? Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. Looks like the name of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. Guess he must be a foreigner. Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. You know what? Funny thing about that. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. Which he says his name does kind of have a ring to it. Oh boy. Hey, that guy is not a good dude. You shouldn't. We did prove him guilty of a lot of shit. Hey, that's it. That's the King of the Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. You're at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? Why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently you've forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? That must be because of the rumors. Huh, okay. You have more to talk about? Alright. And here's a knife. Oh wait, I did it wrong. Boy, what do you think of Von Karma? Von Karma is cool. Cool, quote. Like, I think, like, that particular case was really fun. And I think Von Karma was, like... I think the part that I was really into was, like, during the trial, where, like, he really stressed me out. Like, like... how anytime there's a counter, like normally like I'll just like press everything, and like the fact that the game was sort of like, okay, he's gonna make you pay for that if you press everything, you're gonna, you know, what would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean, I mean, sure, somebody else really did it. Somebody who must have, someone must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Car and the knife do seem a little well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, what could have happened? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. It's always Edgeworth. Edgeworth, Edgeworth, Edgeworth. Alright. You can press again now that he's not here. Yeah! He's in a tough spot again. Again. Oh, bang, yeah. But I liked Von Karma. Like, I think he was really interesting. And I kind of... It was cool that the case sort of, like, how twisty it was. Well, it started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there was always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, nobody's whispering, they're all practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always been unusual strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would get suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is... What's his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall? Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall is just a regular officer from West L.A. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try and make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Hey! I'll be surprised when this cancels anywhere. Yeah... Just act like you're supposed to be there. Nobody will look at you twice, pal. That's not true. That's not true. Alright, let's go back to the parking lot. Looks like the investigation is still going. To be getting back to the shop. Sorry, it looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh, still here? Hello. Why the surprised looks, didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs, too. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to be put in charge of a crime scene. Okay, so I take it I just give you this. Do you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right into the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? Oh, that old cow dog. Was he holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I still getting all defensive here? No worries. This proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than a blood test. Guess I better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. That's weird. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a second. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Yeah. Well, folks, clues are calling. Welcome to our goal strike. Be like the settler. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self. These investigations are like settling land. No, they're not. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Say I won't be needing this anymore. Crumpled and discarded. Just threw it in the trash. We don't need that shit. Can I... Guess we'll talk. Officer Marshall, what can you tell me about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Can you be a little more specific? What the fuck is a hootenanny? I believe it's like a hoedown? It's close to a hoedown. Bruce Goodman, he was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty little doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. Smiling Madonna told me the tale. He means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stab to the chest, fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Hey. Is my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back, so there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he couldn't do much work with the chief prospector. My sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here, to this parking lot. So it seems, that calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. Oh, it's... I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoot detectives until 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog. Can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth. That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation. My brain is just like Overwatch. Okay, we're gonna look around here. It's high noon. All right, let's bop around and see what we can find. Obviously, we want this. This is like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? I mean, obviously we should look at it, right? Oh, wait. Shit. I hit the wrong thing. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Let me fix it. I misclicked. Don't yell at me. I'm sorry. Okay, check it out. Right, let's check it out. Let's scientifically open this phone. Yeah, science! Oh, this phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright, most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's check this phone out. Wow. Wow, lady. Alright, well, I guess I'll hit the button, right? Boop. Now to see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes a button. It's gotten me this far, I mean... Hey, that song, I know that. Hey, what's going on over here? Sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, did you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is that anyway? It was on the ground over here. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? It's my sister's. She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds, according to this. Who'd she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now, one of them newfangled ringtones. Oh, that's, sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but, someone called me right as we picked up the other phone, a wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. You've got a very loose idea of how Texas works. I mean, it's not completely incorrect, I suppose, but... Oh no, I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Alright, cell phone. We gotta keep looking around. There's more shit to look at here. This rope, is it? Yep, they laid it out in the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on it. I've got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. Crime scene. So this body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Edgeworth. Quite a luxury car. It just screams I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Look, something's written on it. 675 12-2. You're right. Let's see. Oh, 7S. Whoops. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed? Well, so... What does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Yeah, right. How am I supposed to know? Note to self. For deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what it means either. B block. It's through there. That's where the visitors park. I can see the Lunchland car far over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. Alright, anything else to look at here? We looked at that. Looked at that stuff. Right. Okay. What's up, partner? So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's goldmine evidence against her. The prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... something... something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's the dry wind that's blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will. Someone is up to something here, but who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranged testimonies. Oh, that's Phoenix. Whoops. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Oh, my guys. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you found one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals. Which thinks Edgeworth was making deals to win trials. Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taking up the case? They targeted him because he was closest to Edgeworth? I thought we were closest to Edgeworth. So how are we doing, Mr. Wright? Guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing's bothering me is that Lana was confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not a criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma. Yes, I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? Beep. It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? The phone rang earlier wasn't mine, it was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Hey. The detective murdered. The suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. Yeah, I would venture we don't. Yeah. But it's case time. Do. Need some water. February 23rd, 9:34 a.m. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes, a defense attorney should never believe in their client. The defendant is called to trial because they're suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. Okay. Okay, Phoenix. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. First trial without a Faye helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. Okay. Oh, shoot. Hey, the gang's all here. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. for 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment is to be made here. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else's. Well, very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she wasn't rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office slot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime, a professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. The cough-up queen. The cough-up queen is so gross. That's, like, absolutely gross. I don't know. Huh? Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh ho ho! Caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. Oh boy. Hold on. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Judge is really whooping it down. And for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck is pickled tapioca? Okay, all right, guys, come on. Hand on desk. Name. Profession. Now. Me? The name is Angel Starr. Don't go forgetting it. Find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. Prosecution will wait. I have not finished eating. Oh my god. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth is sent to the court, I am a professional. What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Starr was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Starr was a detective. Oh, I know who you are. Cough up. Cough up queen, Angel Starr, Your Honor. Long time no see. Gross. Very well, we might continue with your description, Miss Starr. Who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. Ah, we love a map. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor's spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and then went to drive the body out. Fortunately for her, there was a witness and an arrest was made on the spot. And who is this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Okay, floor plan. Witness, did you see this very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seemed rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Very well, Mr. Wright. I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? You can. Then give them your worst, Miss Starr. What? Wait, are they talking about me? Here we go. Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor sitting next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand, and she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Okay. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching. As you can see, there's no room for doubt. Whew. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife, which you saw stabbed into Detective Goodman. So how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Oh my god, my levels got all weird all of a sudden. Very well. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Okay. Cross-examination time. Okay, somehow I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. Okay. Let's just... Hey, we don't have Von Karma, so let's just go peaceful, I guess. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted, given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much isn't. It's merely an extension of that. Star, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that when I had my dream job when I became an investigator, and if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She's fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro. As you know, my testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. May continue, Miss Starr. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes, this boyfriend and that boyfriend and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll just stick with lunches, thank you. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot, in the A block. It's up on the second level so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring in lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. Okay. By garish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed it was. What an odd case this is. The person you saw, are you sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Yeah. Hands on desk. Witness! In your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me? I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. Fritter. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? Or maybe regulated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. Fact. One of my lunch boxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness. Why am I only just seeing this photograph now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. Oh my God. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Sky. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Hold it! Tell the court why you didn't try and stop the crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late. Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor grabbed down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. I said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. That sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Okay. So this is the first hole, I think, here. If I go into this, and then I present that. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are that evidence and the statement just now related? They aren't, are they? Not at all. Mr. Wright, please. Oh, fuck. I goofed up. Okay, hold on. Let's press first, maybe. Tell me more about this knife the suspect was carrying. Oh, they said I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Android? It's your knife after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are by nature well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. Hands on desk. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean a person. Well, perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. So the defendant was holding the knife. What then? Okay. Then, okay. So... Now let's do it. Okay. And you witnessed this? You saw Mr. Sky stab... You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with your knife? So I already said yes. I swear on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. You took the photograph at... This is the photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection? That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken at the moment after the stabbing. Objection! And how can you tell that? Blood spatter. Huh? You see the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photograph. Yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? You got a better idea? Okay. Hands on desk. Wait! That contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, she took the photo the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder.
Objection!
Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in the photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made out of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Rabble. Those gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. Okay. The murder is planned. The rubber gloves prove it. Okay.
Hold it!
What if she was just wearing what if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves?
Objection!
The gloves were admitted as evidence. Sorry. The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive! Sorry they took you off the force, Miss Star. It's bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a question, Mr. Wright. We can make it. It's not before. Anything else? Scientific. We did this already. Okay. The thing. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it's my knife. What's with this case? Bloody murder weapon. The defendant's chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy, are the prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. Those gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she also not prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Hands on desk. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Order. Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Oh, no. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now? But you know as well I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she... Oh, my God. I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now? Okay. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's what she called him, the victim, all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. Excuse me. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So, if I order a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Okay. Okay, Atlanta Sky attempted to murder. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine once and again and again and again. Okay, so first and foremost, one knife wound.
Objection!
Objection. There's the thing. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to the loss of blood from one stab wound. Ah, you're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one would ever mistake ketchup for blood. Now I realize such mistakes are possible. So you're saying you mistook something for blood? She lifted her knife. I thought I saw blood at her breast. Spattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Okay. Then tell us what you thought you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Okay. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Her red muffler? Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck. So she can be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose. She's right. This guy was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? But wait, it's not odd he mistook that for spattered blood. Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. Judge with a bib? That's like, what? Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest. However, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. There was only one knife wound. Apparently, Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. That's right. Miss Starr, chance. Chance for what? I wonder. Miss Starr has turned out to be short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. Short wig burns out the fastest. It's a scientific fact. I wonder. Depend on the size of the candle, the heat and the wax, and really, yeah, okay. Obviously, more scientific testing required. Okay, candle metaphor, we're throwing that away. Okay, Lila Sky attempted to murder Detective Goodman, so she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure that prosecutor held a grudge against the victim. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Oh shit. Wait. She's not wearing that in the crime scene photo, right?
Objection!
Yeah, objection! Hands on desk. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation.
Objection!
Objection. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. You proved it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Yeah, harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red. Really? And on desk. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. But what? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Oh, she looks pissed. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. Most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony just might be the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition up to her side. He quickly caught her, explained the rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. Okay. You are quite determined about the scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra, which is a snake. So, you know, that's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self. Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. Huh. Okay. Well. Most people are. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Rawr. Very much all right. You may cross-examine your cross-examination, if you will. Cross-examination, if you will. Okay. So, let's see. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run by the petition. I quickly caught her. Alright, what's this? You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her for the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details? Yeah, absolutely. I like to see this on the floor plan, just to be safe. Lunchland car was... She's a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. Oh, so you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. The correct start. Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you? I went over it, of course. Amazing! The cough-up queen. Lunch lady athlete indeed. I'd have to take her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. How did this guy not get away? Okay. Let me start from the top here. After the murder, side, quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. She mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? If I remembered exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard was her say the word muffler. Just that one word? So what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean... Yeah, let's push that. A phone? Do you mean this cell phone discovered at the scene of the crime? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately, my memory... It's like a salmon headed upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see Miss Star. Chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall. That's right. They were near the car. There was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order, so she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Okay, I saw it all. I should try to use the phone on the wall. Hold on. Do you think you can restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing. I only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. Chief prosecutor stabbed the victim, ran behind the partition. She picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. She pulled her cell phone out of her pocket. During that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. And then when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is Mr. Wright? The phone's on the other side. Chief prosecutor made to escape, but ain't okay. Okay. Okay, hold on. Sorry, Mr. So suspicious, right? No, sorry as I am. You shouldn't do it, you have to believe me. Okay, so we're starting over. Murder. Okay. But she couldn't have seen it. There's a partition in the way. Objection! Hands on the desk. Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky.
Objection!
The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't have possibly seen Miss Sky making that phone call. Oh. I believe you see what I'm getting at. The emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. Hands on desk. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. Just throwing lunches everywhere, willy-nilly. Order, order, what is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. That's quite plain, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you would allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about where she saw it. This guy tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What's significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie, I see. Let's say the witness did actually see this guy using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location.
Objection!
A different location? Now, that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one.
Objection!
Oh God, we're going. Before you put my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. Place where Miss Starr witnessed the crime. Yeah.
Take that!
Take that! Hands on desk. This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room. Indeed, the security room is in the underground parking lot as well positioned. It's built on the second floor so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are so many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being a part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember it in your testimony. You said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend at the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr, how many years have I been getting the better of men? Do you think the tables could be turned? Say a man has got the better of Angel Starr. Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. Guilty? She's talking about the sky. Are you? Miss Wright, doesn't this strike you a little odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh. She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. This photo is through the chain link. That truth still stands. Am I looking at? I have one open in case I get stuck, but I've been like pretty. I've been trying not to use it one for one, but I do have one open just in case. That truth still stands.
Objection!
Objection! It still stands. I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. But what? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. That's true. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Why? Why do it? Oh my gosh. Sorry, I had a window opened up I didn't want to on my computer. So that's what that reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright. Let's review what we know. Okay, so Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. Must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? Well, okay. Difference in lighting, that doesn't matter. Distance of crime? Yeah, hands on desk. It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime.
Objection!
My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see.
Objection!
Bam. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take for her to reach the scene of the crime. Oh. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime, where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness? Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunch has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Ooh, that sounds nice. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. Okay, but the photo has chain link. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked and I couldn't open it. Yeah, you don't have enough time to get there. Okay. You would be, okay, you dashed all that way. That's quite a detour. Yeah. Probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. But 5 minutes? This changes things considerably. There was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. Okay, well, not on the spork, lady, please. You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Oh, Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Sure I do. There's an objection. Never pick, stay, and observe. That's what I've learned. 5 minutes between witnessing the murder and the arrest? Think about it. You can make pasta in that amount of time, if you like it al dente. I've got lunch boxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. The 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea. I've never killed anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. But this time was different. This guy dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Miss Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was close. It was too close. I'm afraid the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Wow. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of their trick lunchboxes? My apologies. We have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Star. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple decker! Quit giving him food. Out of deference to the witness's determination, I will allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchline motto says, you won't be disappointed. Oh boy. What's she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time? Ooh, man. Alright, decisive evidence. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's. The other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. The shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Where the fuck? That would have... What? Yeah, there was blood found on that shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Objection! Witness, what is the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple, as I've already said. I don't trust you with that evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed. Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, the shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, the shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensic department. As you can see, it was approved in the police department as of today. Even the general public can provide official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty so. Really study some evidence law, really. The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure the guilty are properly judged. Okay, the shoe. Very well. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Okay, Jesus Christ. No wonder this is so long. She keeps pulling shit out. Mentioned this 5 minutes. Let's look at the crime scene. Now, the victim's shoe. Did not bring this up. 2 types of blood were found in the shoe. Press. So you brought it to the forensics department. You're going to submit some of these evidence in court. You need to prove. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed, after all. That blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodwin. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. The blood type that matched the defendant. Hold it! Did it? You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with the blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, Ricky? Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just 1 person. Or so I hear. But that's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they say there's very little doubt that it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties it directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. Huh. Oh, that's okay. Last statement. You can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Right. Do you or don't you have a problem with the shoe? I do have a problem with the shoe. Problem. This is critical. Is there a problem with the shoe? Let's take a look at the shoe. Since we have it. And we have our... Whoa! So, we got some blood here. Blood. That's my sister's, right? It appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She was cut herself at the time of the crime. Poor sis. Okay. That checks out, though, right? But what about all this blood? Ah, there's blood here, too! The sole of the shoe? That's gotta be the victim's. Must have stepped in a puddle of its own blood. All this blood, it's horrible. This blood would be an important clue. Okay. Is there anything else to look at on this shoe? I'm not imagining things. I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eye. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now, but you couldn't take the heat, could you? Quit giving me lunch. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. It's the bottom blood, right? It's bottom blood.
Take that!
I wonder if you noticed, there's blood at the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie, or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there's quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. Hand on the desk would possibly be contradictory, but blood at the bottom of a shoe. Oh shit, they gave me a bunch of stuff. What do we got? Good note. Crime photo? Oh shit! I'm pointing at the screen right now, you can't see. There's no blood on the ground, at least in the photo. There's like no blood on the ground. Is that it?
Take that!
Take that! Take this. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why aren't there any bloody footprints found at the scene of the crime? Yeah! Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about the shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints.
Objection!
Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Yeah! Order! Order! Well, witness? What? We're going, Mr. Wright. But it's true, the lack of footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh, it's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright. Think. Hey, I don't know why that's not there. I'm as good at finding contradictions. What? Oh, boy. I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I give her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There's one vital hint of the truth in her testimony. Well, what are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspects. The chief prosecutor tried to resist her efforts were in vain. She knocked over my hands and kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, she's deadly, a leopard woman. Rawr. Rawr. I thought it was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask you a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, the water in it. Oh, that. I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not in the slowest conveyor belt of the lunchbox factory. Witness! Well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to show the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over the oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. Hand on deck to erase the blood stains that would become evidence against her. Ah. That ties things up quite nicely. Shit. The bloodstains left the victim's shoe tire quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Did she say she cut herself when she stabbed her? So that's why my sister's blood got on her shoe. Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Miss Wright, do something, please. What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime, and she tried to conceal it. But enough. There's no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Little girl, what did you say? Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else.
Objection!
The time for deliberations has passed. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of the court. Your threats don't scare the cough up, Queen. Look at this. Photograph. I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. Room for error in this evidence. It's right. Wait. Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew we couldn't win this case from the beginning. Yeah. And it seems like this is what your sister wanted anyway. Huh? I'm sorry, Mia. Right. Wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up on the asphalt and take another good look. Don't give up, not until the bitter end. Okay, Mia. I mean, it looks pretty cut and dry. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Can I look at this photo? Is it in here? No, I don't have it yet.
Objection!
Yeah! Hands on desk, baby. Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it'll be too late. Look at this photo. Look at the photograph. The last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, Wright, are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah. Think later. Yeah, there's a problem. So since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Okay. Huh. Okay. So, water... There's a shoe. Ooh, hey! There's something in there. There's something in... Something... In the muffler? The muffler. Hey, she was talking about the muffler. Yeah, take that. The problem is in the photograph. It's here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait a minute, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, you just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photo. Oh, God. A muffler is also a part of a car or a motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as a part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Objection!
Objection! Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. You sure did. Well, what? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth from the muffler is related to the case. Because she said muffler on the phone. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The muffler. I love how everyone just, like, groans so much. Could that be the muffler you heard mentioned? Was actually this exhaust pipe. Hands on desk. If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh. It's every time they're just like, oh, why? Well, seems we'll have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend. I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If there's any question unanswered here, will be the service of the law. Have the car at the scene of the crime be seen inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Whew, that was close. But we made it, at least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry. Hey, we did it! Woo! Yes. Save time. Saving the game. Mr. Wright? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake trying to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Yeah, this is kind of like what being an adult is like. Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off from the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn the trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, and to tell the truth. Hola, partner. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look, see it, how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out. Oh, that's shit. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there, anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. But you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, Padre. You'd be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now, don't that just beat all? Huh? I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon, Edgeworth's seen it, too, I reckon. What's that mean? The photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. The plot thickens. So Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. Sometimes you gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So what are we swimming in now, Miss Wright? If it's steak sauce, I could hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee. What does that even mean? What does swimming in steak sauce even mean? What are we talking about? Okay. All right, we're back in court. I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over the prosecution. Something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. Getting all hot under the collar, just thinking about it. You about to make me act up. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it's time we continued with this trial. During our this is unacceptable. Oh, it seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock. Who's there? What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? It's you. I don't like how he's staring at me. Oh, sorry I'm late, Udgy. The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, huh, Udgy? How you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been busy. Busy, smizzy, Udgy, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy, you nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. I'm sorry, but who are you? Aha, so you're Wright, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, huh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little worthy. Mr. Wright, you know the district chief of police? Chief of police. He's the top-ranking police department officer in the entire district. I don't like his face. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky was really wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed with the exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. Well, what's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this.
Objection!
Objection! Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I have no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature here. Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This dude is super sus. It's kind of a major blunder. It's unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like you to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? I don't see why not. You open it up for me, I wonder. Yes, well, I think you all have to do is push the switch, and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I won't be able to pound the gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I won't be able to point it at people anymore. That's a key part of my strategy. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Okay, let's look at this. Let's take a look at this knife. Wow, there's so much shit in here. Okay. Oh, I didn't get to pick it. Oh. Alright, just looking around. We got this. Look at that real quick. There's a small tag on this knife. It seems to say SL92. What does that mean? Well, I've heard something similar. DL6, so the DL6 incident thing. But Strange. What is it? It's uncertain, but I have a feeling we've seen it somewhere before. Letters like this, or letters that looked a lot like this somehow. Oh, it's the thing! It's on the note! It's on the note! It's upside down! Okay, well, let's open the knife like the judge. Ah, don't scare me like that! I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. This dark red stain, is that blood? Switchblade knife, added to court. This doesn't excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? About the split between the prosecutors and police and this knife. Sure thing! No problem. Not even a little one, really. I don't like him. I really don't like him. He, like, rubs me wrong. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. The detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. Huh. Oh, okay. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Udgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet.
Objection!
Oh, wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order. Anyway, we're at the department are all flustered, as you might well imagine. We're in the middle of a top-secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Okay. This knife is special, but I can't say here. Well, I'm gonna bug you about that. Excuse me, special? Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Miss Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? It's quite a mystery. Like a mystery, it's wrapped in something, a muffler. Unless there's evidence to prove connection. Had to be the apartment. Detective was killed at the police department. See what a mess. Time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence. It's not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk much about it. Okay, let's pop through here real quick. Start from the top. He's got, like, crazy eyes. The same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Ooh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing, and one thing only. Okay. So, we know that they were at the police department. We know when they died, because they said 5:15. He said 5:15. So here's how he was killed? Well, how was the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. That was what we forced call a stabbing. With a knife. A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit. We're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What? What do you mean? There were more similarities between the 2 cases than the cause of death. Seems like I'm gonna have to press this a bit harder.
Hold it!
Okay. Oh, okay. I mean, can I ask the question? So I picked that again because I'm interested if they would let me ask more questions. Oh, it will. Interesting. Tell me, where's the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can tell you the crime took place at the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? You wouldn't know about the evidence room, would you, Righto? Can't say I've heard of it. I guess I should ask a little again when I learn a bit more about this evidence room. Something stranger than this place where the body was found. The time, okay. So it's in the evidence room. This is evidence. Okay,
Hold it!
so the knife was found at the scene of this knife was found at the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on in the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's another knife that let's examine that knife while we can, Righto. Please don't call me that. Okay. Hold on. I wanna look at something here real quick. Okay, it's upside down. That's what I thought. It's SL9, not 6-7S. It's SL9. So then it would be, oh shit. 221 SL9.
Objection!
Wait a second. Ah, at last, an honest to goodness objection. This knife, it has something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Ah ha ha, an honest to goodness, what do you mean from the Udgy? This is great. Look at the tag of this knife. It reads SL92. This is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was found on the body of the victim. Oh, what's this? 6-7S12-2? No. Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around, and what do you get? A 221 SL9! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that's written on this knife's tag. Order. Well, Chief? Oh, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? Okay, this changes a few lines. Okay, so that's different. That changed the line. Knife is evidence in a case. It was stolen from the room.
Hold it!
So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say? In fact, a murder weapon. Nice. Good show, little worthy. It was a new murder weapon, as it happens. It's evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. And it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection here. No, there's definitely stuff going on. It's a bad day for the department. Okay, hold on.
Hold it!
On the same day, the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot. Another detective was killed at the police department. That's fact. Okay. I want to just... Alright, I'm going to ask the other question now. Okay. Alright. Oh, that just takes me here. Okay. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office. One at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. That knife. What's it doing there? Let's check this knife out. Okay. So this knife. Okay. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. Can't just say anything I please, Righto? You understand? Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the 2 murders together? Whatever it is, better find it. Get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives. Okay, hold on. Okay, on the same day the detective... Okay, another detective was killed at the police department. Okay. Suspect arrested. Oh, why I keep... Okay, I've seen all of these already. Okay, we saw that already. Yep, evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? Yeah. It was stolen from the evidence room. It's like, what the fuck? Where am I looking? There's a connection between the cases. Some happy, Mr. Wright. Happy. We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the 2 cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Damon Gant. Ganty. Damon Gant. Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck. Shoot. Balls. Damn. Okay. So, stolen from the room. It was killed. What a mess. Okay. I'm pressing this. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these 2 cases has already been proven. Ah, you don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. Connection is a place, mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention, the victim had on him the case number on the Alliance evidence tag. We also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same room. Indeed, there do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Hand on desk. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? Okay. I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department. Okay, hold on. Wait. I keep hitting my button here and I don't need to do that. Okay. Obviously, we're pressing this. You're gonna tell us a little. Why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, I guess I might as well try and see what I can get out of him. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Huh? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 584218. That's wait. That's Goodman's number. Oh. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82. I can't do it. Didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number on the victim at the police department. Okay, this does tell me something. I Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning. Oh, man. That has to be what I think it is. Yeah. What does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number on the detective was who was murdered at the police department. Tells you something. What does it tell you? Okay. Oh.
Take that!
Hands on desk. Witness! What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with it with both guns blazing like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personnel IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 584-2189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. Oh, I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right again. The number the chief of police gave us was 584-2189.
Objection!
Well, wait a second, right? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed at the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. Hands on desk. What does our witness think about that? Oh, man. Oh, sharpest attack, Righto. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Hands on desk. Yet Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department in the evidence room at the exact same time.
Objection!
That's impossible. So what we're saying is the same person was killed at the same time and in a completely different location. Order. Chief, what does this mean?
Objection!
No. What I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret. Fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has been grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error? Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news? Officer Meekins. That's right. Where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Yeah, this is dork. Excuse me! Is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? Yeah, it's this guy. This nerd. You don't mean him. According to Meekins, he didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman, murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right there at the top of the report. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error, gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy.
Objection!
He's so mad. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then That blink really creeps me out. No such look this time, Worthy. Or should I say unworthy? What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Huh? Well, Mr. Wright? Oh, well, it's Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. How is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! Seems we have come to the end of a trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You're even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please just give me 1 day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened if it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. For Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant you 1 further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I was not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. A little water here. Woo. Okay. Let's save. I'm going to run to the washroom briefly. I will be right back. I'll be right back. So, okay, we've saved like 4 times, so we're good. February 23rd. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Super confusing. Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and in the police department's evidence room. What's this "and the evidence room" part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're trying to find out. We're going to find out, or try to at least. All right, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. Oh, we're at the parking lot, huh? You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. I mean, that oil drum wasn't empty. The oil drum was kicked over by the chief prosecutor. It was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at a crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. It's not it at all. It's just we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. It's big words for a high school student. Well, whether there's blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Over the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grid for? Situation calls for one thing. Luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. Ooh, interesting. When the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? Boop, 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 boop. I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with the stuff, not drinking. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You got an extra pair of those things? Whoa. Test for a blood reaction. Just spray luminol on it. Like this, see? Alright, let's find some blood stains. Oop. Got some here. Beep, beep, beep. This, like, okay, like, there definitely will be some there. Okay, we got it. We found it. The game is like, stop. You found it. See your eyes shining behind those glasses. So this is a blood stain? It's so... Ugh. Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? What is odd about this, scientifically? Oh, there's like no blood there. Okay, so like, check this. If they had been stabbed there and they had enough blood on the ground to pool that much at the shoe, there should be more blood. This is a little bit of blood. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? Definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. Yeah, if they fought there, there'd be more blood. Yeah. Yeah, I'm smart. Hey, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a blood stain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol fluid, yeah, cool. Can't be sure if the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit in with their view of the case. So let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah, it feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess maybe this is spray over anything suspicious. Ha! I wonder how that fluid of yours will react to a nice deli box. God, no, go away. Star. You really trust your own eyes. Not bad, you two. This day old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead doesn't really get my mouth watering. Okay. Certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there, but I was afraid I wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that, and I'm sorry. Sorry, you lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph is something important to tell us, but what? So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hard the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know? I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel, too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. Before long, they called me the cough-up queen. It's so gross. Sorry, Chef. Oh, and here I thought somebody had forgotten food poisoning for your lunches. Yeah, drag your ass. You were let go or fired? Yeah, it was someone today. Yep. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... Okay, so SL9... SL9... what do you think about this? The SL9 incident written on that night, and on that note. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us some more about SL9, the SL9 incident? Well, he died. I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the cough-up queen, right? Found this ID here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. That's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. So she says it's impossible. Okay. I guess... This. Think about it. I could have taken that picture from the guardroom. Even I get flustered sometimes. She went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo. Yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The whole of my testimony is over. 5 minutes were the problem, Miss Star. Your lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time. Okay. I don't think I have anything else to show her. Ooh, new thing. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. Hey, look at the gang. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, they solved it quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any clearer than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed somebody with fabricated evidence? The best part, it came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with that case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job, and you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Yeah, exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over. He was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten us, all night? There's another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. No one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There's one reason I come to the lunches, to sell lunches at this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Starts with boyfriends. How many does she have, anyway? Just when all the detectives in S9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie, what? What? Seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes? Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Steak lunch. Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your... Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me back then. To me when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting to the past to the rest, so we're nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Okay. Alright. Let's go find him. Let's go find him. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. Detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. Supposed to make sense. The detective did get killed here, after all. So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. Oh, gosh, she's like a kid at an amusement park. Ooh, a real crime scene. Let's take a look. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay. February 23rd, evidence room entrance, guard station. What's with the decor? The court. Oh my god. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room and the scene of the crime. Sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. Can't handle cacti. Stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I already know who he is already. There's a security guard uniform hanging there. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, and leather... What's that called again? A paunchy, pinchy, a poochie? Maybe that was in it. It's a poncho. Okay. The hat. That hat's gross. These sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? In case of a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction? Just like her. I'm not sure I see the resemblance. It's more of an attitude thing than a physical similarity. All right, so a lot of booze in here. Lots of like Texas. Look on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed. Sure of an active imagination. Okay. So there's a snare, right? There's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. Bet we could use this computer to check up on who went in and out of there. Well, we should do that then. Right? The evidence room is just beyond this door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Okay. Let's go back here. I don't know where else we can go here. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please! Huh? What's that? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. There's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Oh, buddy. Now it's no time for despair. Caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. Criminal, you mean? You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? I sure did. Here's me doing it. Yeah, so we saw this already. There was a suspect. They've already caught him. It's the biggest scandal that hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch. Pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. You want to know more? Head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. Ran up to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Okay, so we have to go. Yeah, I have to go here, and then I can go. Still, I do feel better about things a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Let's not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Oh, what? Why? What's that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator. I'd say I was a perpetrator against Sir. That's what I'd say. Oh my God, it's oh, okay. Hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Yeah, you're Meekins. Officer Meekins. So you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir. I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman. Like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't. Is he? You, Officer Meekins. You didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting for duty, sir. What? What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events. Okay, well, hi, man. Sir, I'm a patrolman, sir, with general affairs, sir. Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business with that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard in the evidence room. That's right, sir, but because the evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. Suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. Suspicious person, yow! What the heck? What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And then when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. Bandage on his hand. Bandage on her hand, just like with Sky. Got another similarity between this case and the one in the prosecutor's office. First things first. Oh, I'm Phoenix. Oops. First things first. How did you hurt your hand? Yeah, talk to me about your hand, bud. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, when it happened, the detective pointed that knife at me. I just hollered, sir. The next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were out? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. All alone. Being Scooby-Doo here. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? When I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared. Oh, that's some story. All right. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. You have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir. The label be victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him a stranger or a total stranger, then I would say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why would you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. Okay. Well, yeah, at least someone right here is more confused than I am. Oh, it's me over here. Here, do you know this guy? Do you think you could have a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. What's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct, that card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir, that's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir, nothing. God, I better pry into this one a little deeper. Okay. Can you tell me what you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show you his ID card, and then what did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. That's not quite the right thing. That's fine. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. Okay. So, Officer Meekins, why was it they arrested you? What do you mean? Well, let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim who he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir! That's what I wanted to say! I did say something along those lines. Huh? You still ended up here? He told me that it had to be him, sir, on that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room, that's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? The videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore... Oh my god. Oh. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry. Really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks. I have my own. Well, I guess we better go check out the crime scene. Alright, man. Well, you're a nut, and you're crazy. So we're gonna leave. I'm just gonna... Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the Chief of Detective's desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all, huh? You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, it's like, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you'll call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Ah, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, ho, ho, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. By saluting him, right? Did. Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy? Oh, don't you know they're doing a little inquiry committee with them? Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. Meaning the incident on Gourd Lake. It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, righto? Right, righto? Sure did. Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what inquiry committee decides, could be bad for Worthy. What? Sound right out, I tell you. The detective getting killed on her own turf, too, I mean. There being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. So it says. Evidence is this. No, righto. Can't give away all our secrets just like that. This in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. Wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand it. But you know, it's a full-time job, just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. He was the one you were picking on earlier. Oh, you saw that? Oops. Wonder what it was he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Okay. Hey, man. Ooh, sorry, I had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want with you? I see over there, that's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. Took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for... What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. I didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. I'm going to make a note of that. Half-written document. Okay. We'll get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Hold on. What is this? Can I look at this? Let me look at it. ID 57. Oh, it's 59. The knife is gone. He's reporting the knife being gone. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. No? I never thought the day would come when Righto asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Oh, that blink creeps me out. I think you're bad. I think you're a bad dude. No, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck. If anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50. No problem. Sir, can I borrow $50? Go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Just goes to show, you never know until you ask. For you here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? Special card for guests. Don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. Just run along now and do your best. Later, folks. I want to look at that card. That looks pretty cool on my lapel, huh? It looks like a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we can get to the evidence room now, sir. This place is a bad influence on the girl. Okay, is there anything else I could poke around at? Hey, it's that creep. Police mascot is a Blue Badger, future star of the police force. Sign's a little changed from the one outside. Well, the dancing Blue Badger, TM, is still under development, you see. You have a trademark? Absolutely, it's very cutting-edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter, and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then you'll give her nightmares. So I kind of looked at this stuff before on a different case. I don't think any of it's moved, but can we get inside the Okay, yeah, we'll go to the police department, and we'll go to the guard station, and... beep? The evidence room is just beyond that door. And we have an ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What's that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well. What's made my Bambina sky so gray? Officer Marshall. That's it to me. What's that? Why does it have to be him, look for? This may have surmised this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw. Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little dogies. Crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. Over here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres. You're busy, then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Okay, so he doesn't want to talk to us. I guess I'll give him the food. Have some food. That smell. Reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star? What's this? What's wrong? Filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. What does that mean? All right, Bambina, you win. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Cool, all right, cool. So I gave him the lunch. Tell me, Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Now that poor little doggy, poor guy, I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing concern occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what you were doing around 5:15? What were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding on the highway as horse. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take the machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Okay. The Star told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. It's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with the Star, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. Can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? I've heard the name so many times, but no one actually tells us what happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyways, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the day of our case. That's right, the evidence transferals. Dorothy's talking about the transferals too. Security system. Let's move down the list here. I know of maybe 2 of the machines in here too. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. Easiest ones to understand here are these here security cameras. Just the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. Nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're a security guard and you reckon? One more thing. You go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. There's the card reader by the door. Card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Ooh, that might be interesting. Hey! So this is the ID card record. Okay, so 5842189, that's Goodman. Hey! Yeah. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record I've seen before. Just now, I've seen that number before. If there's some way I can prove that the record's tied to the staff. Okay. Well, yeah, that was... Let's show him the ID card. See this? See this? It's the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 584-218-2189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. There he is, yeah. 584-2189. And 498... Okay, so 498-9596 was in and out. With the fourth number, it's a perfect match. It's used at 514, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman wasn't in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered their evidence in the room and asked him to display his ID card. So you asked if Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Yeah, he pointed a knife at you. If he has ID card, why would he point his knife at Officer Meekins? All right, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this here ID card record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. That's a smart idea. Do I have anything else? No, let's talk to him about this one more thing, right? Transferal. Sorry, but this whole... Can you please explain this transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. We kept here under Prasad and detective supervision for 2 years. So we could reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault, County Sheriff's Department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed, forever dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. I happened to ask mine 2 days ago. Interesting. Alright, can we go into the room? Yeah. Evidence room, Sector 3. Hey, I've seen some of that shit. It's quiet. The investigation must be over in here. There's my metal detector. Is this the evidence room? It's really kind of a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to be of grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Hey, pal. Eek! Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts in the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard? Yeah, you did hear right. He'll give you $50 if you ask him. Go and ask him for $50, Gumshoe. Yeah, it's true. So chief of police can't loan anyone 50. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I wrote this game. Even me? Oh, that's what you're talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for just for today. Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence from floor plans. Yeah. Okay, let's poke around here. This is my metal detector. Bulky equipment is gathered dust here. Oh, sorry looking fishing pole, that is. Ah, that's my personal pole. Never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal. That's the metal detector. The one that led to solving the case out on Ford Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that. Sure come in handy in some case sooner or later. Cheaper than box? Can't judge a person or a machine by the cover. You gotta look for their heart. Okay. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car. A pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy that caught some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for rage testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Okay. Let's talk to our friend, our best friend. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day? That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. For my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here, too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I am a detective, after all. Give me a locker that only I can open, pal. Oh, that's interesting. Only you can open. Okay. Okay. So, this is my thought. Somebody had Goodman's locker. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card. Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. That's why I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. Sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand. Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles. On the other side of the handles is a sensor. If the wrong person touches it, what's that? You get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Okay, that's interesting. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is now with the Inquiry Committee. Is that right? They're trying to figure out who was responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. We get him talking about that case. Yeah, maybe you should. So... Detective Goodman note, and that Switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was not the most surprised of it. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. Why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left in that case. Loose ends. Well, that was a bloody, violent case. Serial killing. Serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab it. This was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence. It was supposed to be all cleared up with that transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So Switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of evidence locker himself? Interesting. Alright, let's show him this. See if he knows any ID cards. Take a look at this. This is the ID card record of people who came in here the day it started. I heard the rumors. So, whoa! Oh, what is it? That second number. It's not your detective number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. Oh my god, I have to start taking notes. I have to, take notes. What? What? ID card record updated in the court record. Ooh. Edgeworth, come to the evidence room. Oh no. Can I look at this real quick? Yeah, let's go back. Court record. So is it filling in the blanks for me, or do I need to take notes? Miles Edgeworth, Bruce Goodman. So we need to figure out who 498-9596 is. I think that's the key. Okay, let's go back. I'm gonna go. Oh, I don't need to do that. Wrong button. Spray. Let's just spray everywhere. Slide to the left. Oh, a lot of blood there. Oh. The bloody handprint here. Knew it. This is someone's right hand. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours. Please. You have to help me. What if they come to take me away? Promise you'll testify I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? Important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Interesting. Okay, that must have been one massive pool of blood. I've never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Good is actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor. Hey, if you guys didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Let's get out of this. Let's take a look, because there's a bunch of shit everywhere in here. Glove. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal. Making me out some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. I mean, from SL9. That's a detective. Glove. So that was added. Look, this one's open, and a red indicator light above the door is lit. My locker is coded with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. Let's take the contents elsewhere. There's a saw and painting in here. Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against depression. True art? As long as there's blue and yellow paint in here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the blue badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room? Okay. So you made the blue badger. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. The Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case. The SL9 incident, pal. So stick around one of the pieces. Another piece of SL9 evidence. We're just taking a closer look at that. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before they broke. You want to try to put it back together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. So I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, the bottom. This piece looks like it's the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh, fuck. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Weird. Oh, wait, that one? Ah! That one? Hey! This kind of bums me out that, this mechanic doesn't come back. Because it's kind of fun. Like... that one. Ooh. What is this? No. Okay, wrong piece. Missing a piece. What is this thing? Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing. There's a piece stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, that doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar. Okay, so there's an unstable jar. Okay. Let me look at this thing. It's weird looking. There's so much shit in my... There's blood on it. Hey, look, they're hard to make out, but there's some dark red stains here. Is it blood? I think Detective Goodman's blood someone got on this when he was stabbed. Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. This jar is good. It's so hard. Blood's on it. Can I spray it with the stuff? Okay. Look at the floor plan. Okay, so we got that there. Let's see if there's anything else we can poke around at. There's paint. Okay, so let's try those two things bother me. One wire piece is missing. Dude, why is this so unstable? No wonder it broke. What is this? Then I make a jar. Yeah. Seen that. That. Paint. They stuffed evidence, stuffed dreams. I'm not sure what dreams. No, it won't open. Look at wood. Hey, pal, our security is high-tech around here. Okay. Something's sticking out of here. It's like a shirt. Guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence there. That said, that evidence locker was open recently. How do you know? If you leave things out hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. God checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. But he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. You're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of him, pal. Okay. So that's interesting. So that locker has been opened recently. What else is there? Something else that I need to look at in here? There's... Well, I guess we talked to Gumshoe. No. What's this blood? It's a little warm, but there's definitely a handprint here. Don't try to wipe it off. That's right. What if there were other blood stains left in the room? We did that, though. We did the testing. But I guess I'll do it again. Fluid, please. Oh! Hey! I'm getting a reaction here. There's no reason for the murderer to touch the spot There's no reason for the murderer to touch the spot if he fled out the door. This might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing. Where'd you get your hands on that? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where'd you get this? I always buy it by mail order. Oh, I better jot this down on the floor plan. Hey, pal, look at the time. Isn't there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna go give them my report for the day. Might help, you know. Report, you mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problem? Hey, it's Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he could use a report like this. I believe in him. He needs enemies when he got friends. Just take the gumshoe. I'm off, pal. Later. Interesting. I want you to see what Edgeworth is up to. Okay. Yeah, let's go see Miles Edgeworth. Our dear friend. Our boyfriend, Miles Edgeworth. Oh, not you. Oh, you're a freak. No. Guess. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. Is the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Yes, he brought me some of the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. He's getting so despondent. So how did the inquiry go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as communications error due to the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there was someone who believed that I concealed evidence. Gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again. I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Talking about the trial. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. I gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. Gant creeps me out. I could do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Still, wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Okay. I guess we should show him the ID card thing, right? Because he's on it. He is on it, after all. Present! Oh, right. Better check on this now. As I was saying, Oh, what's this? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here at the prosecutor's office. It was solved, right? There would have to be if the evidence was already filed. Chief was never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. You know what kind of case this was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case, but it took quite a bit. Oh boy, unrelated evidence, screwdriver. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Okay, so we added that. Let's talk. Let's show him the knife. I'm thinking like evidence. Just show him evidence. I know you've probably got hold of some information already, right? Oh, it's to do with the case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about it sooner or later. What was we talking about? His father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in that case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I had let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic evidence. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid. Huh. Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. Oh my god, we're doing so much investigating. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Cool. Okay. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Did you see the real? Yeah, okay, let's go check. Let's go back to the... Wow, we're bouncing around a lot here. Parking lot. Police department. Criminal affairs. Oh shit, oh goof, I goofed. Move. Guard station. Evidence room. Investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. We have two of them, actually. There's blood on the... Okay. Let's use the secret weapon. Did it? Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. Okay, so it's a thumb, maybe? Yeah, thumb. That's big, huge. Okay, now it's time to check the prints. Show you how it's done. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around with this. See? Okay, it looks like the trick. Adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. How do I do that? With E. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It's fine, we'll go for your nose. You spread the powder and thick and blow away the extra. So basically, I think that's not correct, but sure. So, E. We dust around. There it is. I guess, hold on, let's just make sure. Let's just make sure we got it all. Okay. Okay, let's move on to a different finger. Okay, let's do that one. And then we fingerprint dust. This is kind of neat. It sounds like this stuff doesn't come back in the future games. That's a bummer. Hey, we got some stuff now. Whoa. Ah, you did it. You found one. But it looks like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't... What does that mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Luck. The person who left this handprint must want gloves. Tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Look at the locker door again. Yeah, we've got a print there. Fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can check to find the clear print. Yeah, there's one right there. Oop. Ah. Powder. Powder. Whoa. Hey, that's a fingerprint. Let's just make sure we got all of it. Okay, that's definitely a fingerprint. I think I'd like to try one of the other fingerprints. Okay, let's move on to a different finger. Okay, but there's that, right? This is the only place I can click. Okay, I didn't put enough dust down. I'll just really just coat the shit out of it. I mean, there it is. That's the fingerprint. I'll just, you know what? I'll just do the whole thing. Maybe there's more stuff and I just missed it. I'll just fill the screen. You know what? After like a stressful day at trial, And meeting Damon Gant, who I don't trust. Yay! Oh god. Okay. Anyway, this print took like an effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. There's no point in finding a fingerprint, not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person you think left behind these prints. Am I supposed to know who that was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find in this locker? Oh, dang, okay. That looks like that. Harrison's bleed. Match found. That's Gumshoe's fingerprint. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thank you for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there's another handprint in this room. Sure was. It's over here. This is where we get that luminol fluid reaction, right? Right, there was a handprint there. Want to try using this? Sure do. Yeah, let's do it. Why is that option there? Leave it be. Worry about something first area with the blow circulate. Right, we only ended up finding some common convenience. Any prints will have been wiped away too. Oh, right, so that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Yeah, let's do it. We had a handprint there. Why am I looking at? Oh my god, this is orienting. Where can I click here? There? Ooh. It's like yellow. We're yellow. Oh, it's weird that I can't do anything there. So this worked last time, I guess, just dusting the whole thing and making a huge mess. You know, it's funny. When I was a kid, my aunt gave me a fingerprinting kit, and I immediately, the first day I opened it, I dropped the dust, and I like ruined our carpet with it. It like fell off the table, and it just ruined our carpet, and I got in so much trouble for it. Trying not to think about that now. Okay, so there's definitely a print here, but the game is not accepting that I found it, so I guess I just have to blast it with dust again. There it is. Okay. It kind of looks like... I mean, it kind of looks like his. Oh, not quite. Ooh. Okay, well. Meekins? Oh, hey. That looks like his. Oh yeah, lots of matches. That was the one. That was the one. Oh no, Marshall. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? It's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood, and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh, so we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. But then why would Officer Marshall, the secret investigations, find turn up some results? Guess that's what you would call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. let's save. Yeah. Woo! One more time for safety. All right. February 24th. Okay. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? The prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. Hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? As Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figure as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you. Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. Can't trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's a trump card I have up my sleeve today. You don't understand. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Boy, I don't know. I don't know. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain in both places at the same time. Well, that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is a messed up trial. It sure is, Phoenix. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I'll present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. That's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait. Well then. Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. It's getting wild from the get-go. Oh, not this Melvin. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. Come on, dude. So you're telling us you're a professional killer. Sir, it's me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You have to believe me. Actually... Oh my god. Sir, what do you call part of the younger generation, sir? Person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. For all, I'm a part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. Can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. This guy's... boy, he sucks. Okay, crime report, sir. Though it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. And then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Okay. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need is more info to work with. Yeah, I need to... You have no infinite... No, like, nothing to work with. Okay. Hold it! Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, that's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers would be given special tasks, not ordinary performance. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief detective, sir. Oh, God. Please, no. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal progress. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished, there were many people running around. I recloaded the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen, so I rushed into the room. Wait, hold on. Okay, press on this. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! Jeez. It's this one right here. Can you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see, huh? The number 4989596 showed us being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time was when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time was when I went in to get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay. What I was trying to do, sir, was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. The government put a knife on you. What happened then? Oh, with me charging him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You weren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. I mean, Phoenix, he's harmless enough. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. So I got this gash in my hand. And if you just kept it cool, your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life, and then I did it. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? You know, I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man left scarred down for just an instant, so I snatched the knife from him. I took his knife, spun around, but performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. This guy reminds me of, can't think of, oh my god, like, what's his name from, like, Kung Pao? Like, Wimplo. Should I be doing that? I see. I must have been desperate. Next thing I know, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out. Okay. So you passed out. Okay, hold on. Let's go to the last statement. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice to recover, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now, boy, okay? I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor, only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a closer look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered to me just this morning, sir. The chief delivered it? What is that, a videotape? Yes, sir. It's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Objection!
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. I was told it had been mistakenly erased. It's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of the real murderer. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Ah! Ah! Oh, please. Put that anywhere else. Let me see the killing, please. Oh, that's so much better. Show me the murder instead of this horrible thing. Oh, we're coming back. Oh, okay, so the flag, wait, the flag is in his face. So you can't see who it is. And then here comes our friend. Okay, that's barely evidence. There's our sleepy friend. He got knocked out looking at the video of this nightmare monster. And he leaves. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell is that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Okay. We got the security video in evidence. Yes, well, anyway. The tape seems to prove that the witness did encounter someone in the evidence room. So activity. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Okay. Ooh-wee. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by a detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. God, I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions, and that's where I have to start. Okay. I mean, that's true. Okay. Good locker, which part to get its fingerprint to you. The locker you open is it's true enough. Victim's body is found in prosecutor's office. There's been mistakes. The real thing is so much more intense than this in the movies. Here, you can use the player to watch as much as you like. Security. Maybe I should take that footage. Oh yeah, okay. Alright, let's go. So I guess I can use the video. You open the locker, which requires fingerprints. Locker, you open. Good. Press game. Nobody could have opened. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir! If I may say something, sir. Please do, after all, you're the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. It was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can... The defense can find a problem with it. That's right. Check the court record again. Is there a problem with security video? I think there absolutely is a problem with security video. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems strange. Strange. There's contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Objection!
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edwards. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you're speaking of. I had to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point at the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't see him watching this video. Will this guy ever become a police officer? Now that Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction? Okay, so, oh my god. The light's on. Wait.
Take that!
The light's not supposed to be on. The light's only on if they're using it. The strange about this video would have to be at this? Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those bleary eyes. Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again. Okay, did I click on the wrong thing? Play the video again. Now, let's try this again. Okay. That's definitely the issue. Maybe it's the wrong time. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, he comes. He walks up. Wait. There it is. Got hands on desk. I think the strange about this video would be this. Hold on a second. I do. Oh wait, is it the same thing? Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. Shoot. Oh, maybe I need to put it at the light instead of the locker itself. Okay. Because that's the problem. The light turns on when it's open. If the light's off, it's not open. So like if I go over here, right, and I pause, it's like that's the locker. The light turns on. Swing straight with this video, it's gotta be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand, the locker apparatus works like this. Oh, God, please, no. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. The light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, sir, that's the way I understand it, sir. Hands on desk. And so, something is seriously wrong with this picture. Oh my God, please. Please go away. I mean, you know what? It's a little funny. But it's not. I don't like that it's got a bludgeon. The victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind it to a little earlier. Oh, God, please. It has a bludgeon, and I don't like that it's like a happy little man swinging around a club to hit my face. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Oh! Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? Very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
Objection!
But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When the door is shut, a sensor is triggered. The locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. course, I'm not an expert in this. It's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it's supposed to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor. Yes, why wasn't the locker door locked? Me, Your Honor. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor. Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in the footage. Oh, I'm gonna watch the video again. All right, hold on. Let's go. So okay, he walks over. Oh God, please give me away, please. So he walks over to the locker. Hey, something fell out of it. Okay, wait. Hey, what the fuck is that?
Take that!
Take that! Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Are we seeing it again? Please. Oh, at least the music's not playing anymore. The creepy clown music has gone away. At least now. Okay. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience when things fall out when the doors are open. Okay. I can't be sure if that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Yes, inserted. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, it chokes me. The object would be extremely thin to fit the door. Not only that, but also to block electrical currents. There would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the time scene, it just might have been something that fits that description. But sir, by insulator you mean... I do have something for this. Very well. Present the relevant evidence. What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? I've got a rubber glove.
Take that!
Take that! I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. We can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says the SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so. Sir. Order! 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 So we're to believe then that the victim was stabbed and the evidence room is not Detective Goodman?
Objection!
Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edward? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, but nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir, I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. It's a joke. Very well, begin your testimony. All right. There's one other thing that proves that man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, you must use your ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had to use this card. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, huh? Oh, without a doubt the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases. Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most of them have been cleared up by noon. Right, I see. So let's move on to the cross-examination. Just one other thing that proves this man was detected prison, sir. Another room, the ID card. Okay.
Hold it!
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see that. Yes, that would be Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. Yeah, so it is, Your Honor. That prosecutor guy, maybe. Oh my God. That man a blue murderer? Don't stare at it. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. Nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth must be so difficult for him. Yeah, poor Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, shit. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Okay. That. Wrong button. Back. It's right. Okay. Okay, so... Alright, so check this shit out. ID card record. Okay. Lost item report. Do you think that perhaps Homeboy lost his ID? Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. A very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something at the scene of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order! Oh, God. What does all this mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Head spinning. Order! Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. at the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room is already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes, it's the other. That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of a murder. I guess that's right. There's something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't gonna end well. Oh, no. Oh, the music's starting. Oh, well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. Activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? Where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Thank you. Just so, Your Honor. That's right. You have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? I'm supposed to get myself out of this mess. I'm gonna object.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not actually show the actual murder. Please, please, get the blue badge here away from me, please. Hands on desk, though. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. That's right. Do you mean, Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Who do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Miss Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
Take that!
Take that! Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edwards know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel like we should hear what he has to say. Prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Gavel. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Oh, boy. February 24th. Oh, boy. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. Oh, I haven't figured anything out. Anna, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all around while on duty. To top it all, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name in making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. Can't believe you or the chief prosecutor were a witness in that case. This guy was a witness? Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murderers. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, are you just gonna ignore me? Innocent man. Innocent man. Emma, but what? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be, Lana. This SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana. That's over with. No! Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Alright, better take a good look at this file. Okay. Oh, there's so many pages. Okay, close. Oh, it's only 4 pages. Okay, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses, Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Investigation task force. Executive investigators are Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall, Angel Star. Huh. Okay. Okay, so we've met everybody except for Goodman. So I mean, Goodman is dead. Emma's a witness. Is Neil Marshall? Okay, Jake Marshall's the cowboy guy. So is Neil Marshall related to him? We're on day 3 here. So we gotta wrap up today. Unless they've repealed that crazy rule. Safety save. No, we don't need 2 safety saves. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Nobody come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? No, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. I think of this guy as like Sam. He's like Sam Elliott and fucking The Big Lebowski. Howling wind. I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, please. Let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we just get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Yeah, right. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man. So you're out of ammo. If you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Chad, did you hear that? He's an innocent man. He's just an innocent man. Just normal man. Getting a lot of mileage out of that emote, huh? Can't say I particularly care for your attitude. Can't say I particularly care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickey are those? It's not being very helpful. Oh, is that guy from America? He's American. He's not even wearing a flag on his head. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. All right, Mr. Wright, it's all yours. All right, let's... My job is to keep a wary on the bone orchard. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved on the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing ain't useful. The time will come I'd erase the tape. Nothing unusual is recorded. Tapes have to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy's a flair for the dramatic, but this isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How's this guy moving fire? So, Pegasus System, if I remember right, I was at Street Side Saloon. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. I don't know why that's funny. I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vognon Sepia pasta. You mean to tell us you abandoned your police duty to eat noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. It's usually where Edgeworth says. Did you not want to raise this year? Huh. Okay, hold on. And it's trump card time. Gotta present the handprints, because he's not an innocent man.
Objection!
I'm objecting. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, I make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Once a month? I only do my job once a month.
Objection!
I only wish it were, officer. Hands on desk. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about the fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Okay, I'm gonna call bullshit right there, because there's no way he would have known that the murderer was wearing gloves. So we're gonna get him for that right away. Okay. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. This fence may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. All right, let's get him. Like I said, okay, so pressing that. That's because, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't on that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. One of those happened to be the same. See, he wouldn't have known about gloves. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up with the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, though, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trail is in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. That was me in that video, right, partner? Bam! What do you mean by that? You want to tie me into this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
Objection!
But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots. Places you can't see. Oh god, not again. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't showing. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
Objection!
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence this video indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Show evidence. Well, I mean, we have to do it, right? Very well. Allow me to point out that your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. You might end up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us the incriminating evidence. Oh God. Okay. Da, 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 This is Blue Badger, and you know everyone loves Blue Badger, or else you better love Blue Badger, or he'll come and get you while you sleep. Oh, shit. There it is. The cloth. It's out there. Take that! Hands on desk. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake. I'm afraid you'll not soon forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. You sum that up, sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less. Very well. That's 2. You can clearly be seen in this video. That's 8 words. 8. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was with the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order! Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Here we go. This guy's just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who could open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. Say I opened that locker, now prove it. Got so much stuff. Take that! A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Oh, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the security locks. Hands on desk. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No. Order, order. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst joke I ever heard. I guess he's not an innocent man. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question. Is he now a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can. Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. That's so, then where was the witness? Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Well, where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He's the V. Because the killer is technically that goober in the chair right now. But here.
Take that!
Officer Marshall was standing right there. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
Objection!
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
Objection!
May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. At the end of the room, he asked to show his card. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? So they pulled the knife out. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. The man decided the man had his ID card. Why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to answer the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized that man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? Still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but it's... Well, Mr. Wright, it's just the beard again. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I'm not gonna be like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems like you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. So obvious is the one. What can I do? It looks as though your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to basics. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. Huh. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. Rather, I should look for what evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance he might have discovered later it had been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that the white cloth sticking out of the locker seems to indicate he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is a piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key. Oh, the video again! Nobody evidence. The video is my only shot. Okay, very well. Let's have another look at the security tape. Okay, it's a white cloth. Is it the clothes? Show us where the witness had to open his locker. Okay, God, please no. No. I hate this thing so much. I don't like him. I don't. Okay. Oh wait, hold on, go back. You go here.
Take that!
Take that! Hands on desk. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Sorry, cracking. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right, seems the time has come. Had to do it that day. Couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like it. I planned to take out the evidence. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's only one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too small. There's way too much blood for such a small donation. Okay. So, I'm gonna press this dude. Had to do it that day. So we're talking about yes on mine, I imagine, right? Say it, you mean? Do you even have to ask, partner? Yes, mine. It's 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to be completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have one more look at it myself, one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance, and that's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like planned to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed, despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under no normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open the locker yourself. But he could, because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins to knock him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. Only planned on being in the evidence room no more than 5 minutes. Didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is not a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think about it a little more about his raise this year. Why did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting himself. So, I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. It would be knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked out Officer Meekins. And managed to escape. I knew which areas would get caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared, don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in the struggle with Officer Meekins. Somebody was in the security room when I came out. The jig would have been up. Opened my locker and stashed it there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence? It's still missing. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why'd you do this? Stealing a detective's ID? Injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. I can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. Huh. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Hear more. I can't forget SL9. You know why? I don't know why. Tell me. But this case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserves a sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that so bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we went there sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related somewhat to that case. I better take another look at the files. Okay, let's I do know why. Neil Marshall. There's a man named Marshall in the file.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much for the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this name? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? Must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed, and the case fell into your hands. What's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police. Oh yeah, the cowboy guy there. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That's what we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case finally closed. Police, according to the public record. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try and hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its solution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department Saturday. Fuck. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder at the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky.
Objection!
No. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Objection!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the murder at the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. The testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. We have a response, make it a single word or less. Oh, I have one. Oh, thank you. I arrest my case. Seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security tapes camera was so fake. But I didn't realize that it would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hey! Your Honor, wait! Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense... Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I've been finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that you mention it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, their handprint. And the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, they were sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and I looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. Can't find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me. Oh, boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was recently discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor, if I ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with the handprint on the locker? I object.
Objection!
I did the thing. The handprint left at the scene of the crime clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing you seem to be clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? What do you mean? Something has been drawn on there? that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of that blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very much, Mr. Wright. All this evidence here. There's gotta be something I can use. The question is, it's this big, dopey, dumb thing that we keep staring at. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not there. Oh, God. So watch what happens when we put him in. Okay. I know, chat. I know we're in like a really serious moment right now. It's very serious. I'm going to jump out for just 1 second. Okay? I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I've been like holding pee in for like 2 hours. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing there, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker. What? So that means, what exactly does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on the locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman for when he was really murdered. Objection! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
Objection!
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
Objection!
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. No, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edwards said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? Oh, I know. We've got somebody that we don't know. Take that! If the crime took place in the evidence room, then the killer would have to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would be required. The ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. The crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m.? Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? Never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Trump the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. Clear from the luminol test the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. When Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at that chart again. Yeah, it's this guy. There's only one other card number remaining, 77777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777777. That's 17 too many, Jarl. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number is 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is the so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge is filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
Objection!
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshal. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander isn't. Alright, let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana.
Objection!
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. That's not 77777777. Don't blame me for a little fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I want to know is one thing about the incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh no. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Oh no. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime within the law. Before I realized that we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in the court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshal. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get him the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. Oh boy. Oh man. Ooh. See? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir in the chaos in the courtroom. We have to wait until the following day. Oh my god. This is such a long case. Oh my gosh. I was warned that it's a long case. I was told that it was a long case. Okay. Boy. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Okay, we saw that, or we just saw that. I didn't know. I never knew what the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dart killings. Since everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dart convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dart's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall, his brother. He left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings, Evan? On the night Prosper Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, he was only trying to save me. So that means you, yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that coming. Okay, we have to talk about this shit now. Happened 2 years ago. It was right around this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. But suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I don't know what's going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall attacked him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, the lights went out, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned into my permanent picture and burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. Okay. There's something about this bothers me still. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't be able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana, she made up the crime. Made it up. It means she provided bogus evidence. The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known. He was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. I could have just testified properly. None of this would have happened. Well, I mean, you're not wrong. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Oh god. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up with what she did. Especially to Emma. Something's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why did then let a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but being chased by a prosecutor. No, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did he run all the way to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Okay. Lana used to be a detective. I better talk with her. Okay. Jeez, this is really... Alright. Chat, you're gonna have to forgive me. I'm starving. I'm gonna grab some food. I'm gonna not chew into them. Be right back. Be right back. Hi, chat. You'll have to forgive me. I've been at this for 6 hours. I'm starving. Lana. I'll try not to chew into the microphone. I don't want to gross people out. Mr. Wright. Seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. Didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? But how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Fill me on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs. Suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered about the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well. I thought I expected as much. You know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial wasn't really fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. All drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. I mean, we've just met, 2 days ago. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. Which was amazing. We still talk about all the cases that she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They're the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you can use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command, that means the investigation was led by Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. We even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Goodman, Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked for him to come into questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. See, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Alright. David Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run into the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seemed Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? Well, to be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. I can't blame her. Her sister was gone through a lot. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right, quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident.
Sure.
Just by chance. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes. His actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with the memories. That case might not just be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that David Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Let's go. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right, the chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we look for other people to talk to? Oh, we're in the wrong place. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Okay, sirrah, sirrah. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should have known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why did prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, that was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Well, okay. Someone's fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. Ooh. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. Scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as. That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by night there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There's something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. This star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? They did something to him too. The commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. It's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, that secret is too well guarded. Never found out. Not a secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? Certainly enlightening. Just one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth is my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Yeah, Gant is creepy. I've always thought that he was like a creepy guy. This place is always pretty empty. Today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word we usually use for that. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway and take to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? I mean, it's okay for us to go in there? Maybe you're a police officer or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. That's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Why does he have a pipe organ? That's insane. Why do you have a pipe organ? Oh no, my controller. God, Chad, I'm a mess. Oh boy. Whoa, where am I? Yeah, same, bro. To the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me the notes. Stop! No! Wish I could remember what C was. Huh? Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. Put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. This is Mr. Marshall's brother, prosecutor Neil Marshall. Hey, there's the pot. That's the pot. Sorry, there's dialogue. I know I missed that. I'm sorry. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems like that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Since Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. It sounds serious. It's because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world out for his blood. Yikes. Okay. Actually, I took a look at that file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Seems genuinely concerned about Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? I mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Me. Second Gumshoe didn't realize Emma was the girl. That's when he left behind the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, I think it had something to do with the murder weapon? Oh, I forgot. It's all written somewhere here, okay? This power of recollection never fails to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Yeah, sure. About this. Hey, is that... There's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When he showed me the knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it, too. No one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? Match Dark's knife. You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Wow, why didn't I have that before? Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take the serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? Ugh. He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed the lady who saw the second crime. The kid walked... Oh, my God. A jogger came by and he was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seemed he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of the questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing the last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, Emma. Okay. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, there are really so many people who hate him. In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. Gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth might just crack. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. Oh, with this ID card, it was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. So in other words, Gumshoe has our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we can show him that would make him change his mind. There is. Okay, so in that picture, there was the vase. Let's try the vase. Not that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere. Maybe it's just one of those memories people have from previous lives. Just with the most uninformed detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Alright. You can't help us. It's okay, man. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably just busy looking at what exactly went down in that evidence room. That must be what the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were about to make some headway in the case. But instead, it looks like we ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Alright, let's go see Edgeworth. Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing in here? He sure is quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Let me dredge that up for you real quick. Can we talk about this that's bothering you? There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's all it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do erases that fact. You didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. That bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion shouldn't bottle that. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? Huh. First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought the case like this would come back to haunt me. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time? That picture, something strange about it. Can you tell us again what happened on that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and I drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yeah, it's just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, right? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So he came back to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. Huh. Should I show him the photo? Got so much shit in here. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He started making a name for himself. Looks like he was taken with the sick when he received the King of the Prosecutor's Trophy. Speaking of, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was when the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. It's a true story. Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award is based on. Huh. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written in 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Oh boy, I'm getting a whole thing, huh? Chad, I was so hungry, oh my god. Long ago in the Kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was the halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. The king pointed this out, and the merchant was so speechless. Thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Huh. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely, they symbolize those merchants' items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Oh, wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, why are we only given a shield? That's Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the word abolished. Chief Gant. Strange. It's all coming back to the chief, huh? Come now, Wright. You can't seriously expect me to sit down and chat with you about this case over a cup of tea. But this isn't related to the case. Remember? You said yourself. So I did. Chief Gant gave you to this that day, right? He asked you to bring it here from the police department. The chief is a very competent man. Sometimes he does things that don't make sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. A certain detective comes to mind. Huh. What are we writing for? Come on, Mr. Wright, let's have a look. You crazy? Edwards is sitting right there. Distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that just shoot out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. Even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just a one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. No one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I could use it for anything. Huh. Excuse me. Oh, you again. Hi. Would you either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? Star. I guess she's out of lunches. Certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. God. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, a little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of a past you dig up, it will still won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. It starts hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's the name we'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. And because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her, Lana Sky, my sister. The best of the case were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo, Lana and Chief Gant. The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. I mean, with the forging of the evidence. Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But we have any proof that anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved from our duties. Mostly without so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief, Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right, having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how can he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. Last, finally get close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. Listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn up and be a better chef than I've been. This last one. Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana as second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism. By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most credible evidence in cases he handled. Credible evidence? You mean, oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yeah, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Okay, well, we gotta go. We gotta go see our buddy. Oh, you're back! You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of this files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. You gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. I'll be at my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make this change his mind. I bet there is. He's got one best buddy in the whole world. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? Oh, no way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever non-serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice, too. But I know different. He trusts us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it, I made up my mind. But, yeah, take my ID card. You can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me, it's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective, thank you. Alright, let's do it. Here goes Mr. Wright. Ooh. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's daughter. That happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Okay. Calm down, everyone. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Crushed and rendered unusable. Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. Really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. That day 2 years ago. Is there anyone using it now? No, this is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. Strange reason. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to be alert. Told us to himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's here every morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any more clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure, you only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think, nah, you wouldn't be, no. No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go like that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? I mean, Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. No, I don't want to move. I want to look around. It's time to snoop, boys. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of, there. Yeah, he threw away a piece of paper. I'll just grab that. I wonder what he's reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you say? I said, I wonder what... No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half says list of evidence. Yeah, and he has a half... Yeah. What would the other half of the list be doing? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something with that case. It would appear so. Evidence list. Oh boy. Plot is really thick now. Okay. So we have the evidence list. Look at that. Oh hey, it's the drawing. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out, so I better get quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. There, it's moving like that, Mr. Wright. I better not forget about this picture. Interesting. Hey, well, I guess, well, I've got out of space. Whoa. Whoa, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be. When Prosecutor Near Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed and the reaction's kind of dull. So murder really did take place here. Okay. Oh, yeah, look at the safe. It's a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A code. Oh! 7-digit number. Do you know what that is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... No. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Input code. Boop, 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 boop. Hey! Bingo! What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. Oh, God, I'm sorry. You mean 7777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy of this. Only one thing, that's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, you care to look inside? Yes, please. Give me the thing. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shot from a broken cup. Someone looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. Got a handprint on it. Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it, a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with the case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take it. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I can put problem. Okay, come on. There's got to be a way you can show the detective. There is. Okay. Oh shit, wait. Back. Slide. No. Back. What's that? So I have the crazy jar. Detective Gumshoe, can you take another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us could put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Was this jar a piece from the evidence for that case? That's right. One of the shards that SL9 incident is a comment. Does this ring any bells? You know the fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it is ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Why is the other choice even there? Yeah, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding the evidence. There it is. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached is different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. Reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Yikes. Yikes. Okay. Well, yikes. We do have some fingerprints to look at, though. Detective Gumshoe would like you to look at this. Hey, you know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? It's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, haha. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Once it's been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Wait, let me go back. Yeah. This middle one is pretty clear. See that? Ooh, I did sit down and say that I was going to play this until it was done. And boy, oh boy, you guys, we are playing this until this is done, huh? It was a nice, just really get in there. We don't want to miss anything, you know? There's no sense doing this halfway. Did I miss anything? I think I did. This thing is so weird. It's so finicky about... Like, there's the print, man. It's right there. I mean, this is the thing that's probably taking me the longest. There it is. Jeez. I mean, I know who I'm testing it against. Okay. Not Gant, huh? That doesn't match. Looks like we're out of clues this time. Oh, we should check the fingerprints. Everyone is here. Okay. Well, then it's Emma. can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? No, it seems the prints are too old. They're clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought that'd be Dark's prints. Say you over here. What's going on? Why are that kid's prints doing inside that safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Woo! Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. So I was walking to my meeting. I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to expend you for the president. Oh my god. Yes, sir, I'm sorry. You in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yep. Yes, sir. Oh, no. Well, we'll be on our way too, then. Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. That's right. Look, pal. I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence, Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listen to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Boy, I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. There's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you. That's why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed, I think is the term he used, I believe. Now it's my chance to get her to the rest of the store. Yeah. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly frightened of? What is this person's name?
Take that!
Take that! What, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. Ah, I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Please tell me a bit more about what you think you know. We were partners until two years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try and hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, the Chief Gant's name is never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that he has falsified evidence in that case. Sure. Take that. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. Jar piece, this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? These are pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. Says you surmised, I can't disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can tell you I was given an order on that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, so I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon, you mean Edgeworth's knife? No, when I found the body, this is the knife that was stuck in. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave the knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then, she saw me just as I punched the knife in. Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means necessary. So he hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence of Joe Dark's case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with it. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. Phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth did you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, but I needed help. He was the only person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke of him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he must have had disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've already earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this case in court any further tomorrow. Tomorrow's a trial. There's only way to drive up Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Hey, he's wearing gloves. You guys catch that? Ooh, boy. All right, guys. Save. But this time, no safety save. We're just going right into it. All right, the defendant lobby. All right, there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you've already figured it out. Who was the owner of the 7777 ID card? I'll have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID card. That number does belong to whom you suspect, but no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. She didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here to hear what you have to say. It's the first time we've ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something. The only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. Truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. When we're going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. All right. All right. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Just for that, the police chief has a proposal. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everybody doing? Hey, G, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's all this about, defendant? I'd like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana!
Objection!
You can't, Your Honor. The defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but has sufficiently proven in case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has a right to self-representation. My request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed. It appears there's no need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright might feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would be certainly premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Oh boy. Huh. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. Huh. I thought so, Your Honor. The prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth might be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Look, Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you're going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Okay. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth in this trial. Okay. I was waiting up in my sister's office that day. The man came running in. He took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. That guy is kind of big. It looks like Gant. The man raised his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Hold it!
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. The man came running in and took me hostage. Man. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. Must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. I'm not doing his voice. I'm sorry, I'm like really into it now. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look, and that's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assumed that he would also be why he was the first to run up to Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought it was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us more about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, and then the lights went out. The lights. It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and the lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. It was pitch dark in that room. You should have been able to see anything, right? Right. But just that lightning flash again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. Told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time the words wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning.
Objection!
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added that statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I have a picture. It's on the back of the evidence report.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all of her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for this case, it wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Ah, what is this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor and Shaw should have access to that list. Huh, these lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists, they together form as one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order. Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? It's because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, you all right, Miss Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. The evidence list was torn in half. There might be more on the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let me see. Ugh. Oh. Something wrong? You even have to ask. Sorry, Your Honor. There was indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Why? Let it go away. It's that thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence was restored and updated in the court record. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were the shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning would burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Emma's picture. Okay. Hold it! Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock, I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigating team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Scott. 2 or 3 days later, that memory should have still been fresh in my mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of light was so bright, all I could see were the shadows. So, at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but that's when Mr. Marshall jumped on me. I was knocked away. I turned around. That's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. Was it influenced in any way by your talks with the detective?
Objection!
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Miss Wright? No, of course not. I better watch her. That's going to cut my salary. I drew this picture right before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Miss Wright, is something bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Well, there's some stuff we haven't used yet, but, like, knife tip was in the wound. Stabbed in the back! He stabbed in the front!
Objection!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture that you witnessed, Drew, contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture is, incorrect?
Take that!
Or also, contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken, too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. Victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Oh, what's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Objection!
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up in there. That's right. What does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably undiscovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory is mistaken.
Objection!
That's why I asked her so many times if she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection!
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Order! Order! Are you saying the excavation was really corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place that day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with David Gant. During the questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Martin chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Has there been one? There is another one. It's the trophy. The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by simple observational error. That's right. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. It's the only way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Take that!
Yeah, the answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Oh. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from that award. Order! Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he didn't carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in a dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Ooh! Then the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it! Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence again? List again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. Picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time when I drew the picture. God, please. The music. Please, no. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. It's that thing. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recall, Miss Guy? So that's the cup with the weird handles on it. So that one flying through the air. First, the knife mixed up another blue badger. This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise up his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Oh god, the blue badger is the killer. This is most certainly unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until later this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now... Stop, please, don't pursue this any further. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Okay. Okay, I saw the man raise his knife. I panicked. I think I knocked the man away from the center. I saw the lighting. I saw the blue badger was in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Okay. It's the jar. Look at the weird shit on the side of it. That's the jar.
Objection!
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, if we were to change our viewpoint... Our viewpoint? Gotta show this. Oh, God. Oh, please. limited around the defense. The case hinges on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright can't match the shapes the witness drew. We can't accept his claim. Gotta find just the right angle. Okay, please, God. Oh, please. Okay. Well, look. Okay, first one.
Take that!
That's not right. Shit.
Objection!
Please. Oh, stop. Okay. This is silly. Okay. Wait. I mean, this looks like it. Doesn't need to be like dead on.
Take that!
There it is. Oh shit! Come on. That's right. This is really finicky. Unless it wants it like. I mean, that looks like it.
Take that!
Oh, God damn it. This is what it is. Okay, well, okay.
Take that!
Like that.
Objection!
I mean, that's. I really don't want to have to look up this one thing.
Take that!
Is that it?
Objection!
Oh my God, I'm struggling so hard with this. Oh wait, shit. That's closer. How about like that? Because now it's like this way, it's more.
Take
Is it? Ah, okay, good. Shit. Damn. Well, this is a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. This is crazy. This is actually insane. No, it can't be. Order. Order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger, witness on the day of the crime, was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point? What do you mean? So the Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know? What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. Very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? Location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gantz.
Objection!
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Objection!
Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gantz's office.
Objection!
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from David Gantz's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there weren't a reason, you wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Finally figured it out. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. There's the jar. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Hands on desk, of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? The events took place as the defense theorizes, and the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Everybody's just like, fuck. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Oh, damn. Ooh, boy. Uh-oh. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So was witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think that it was Emma? How dare you try and pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove with this evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. You certainly can't get dead if you can testify. It's all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's possible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The murderer's name. It's in the evidence. This message from the deceased that's already in our possession. Mr. Wright, you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth, no matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the dead. I think it's the jar again. Because that's got the weird, yeah. It's got, look, it's like an M.
Take that!
Take that! This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he just gonna speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave it behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely. So all I know we need to do is connect these points. The victim's message will become apparent. No. That's right. What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. Okay. So this is my thought. Yeah, it's Emma. It says Emma. Right, yeah.
Take that!
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why I've been thinking about saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. Yep. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Crazy. Bananas bonkers. See where they... I can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What do you talk about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor on that case, were you not? Yes, were they? Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Did you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up evidence, or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Wow. It's coming out of the prosecutor's office. They might have sent an innocent man to his death? How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! Order! Oh boy. Woo! Still going. Gavels pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where his trial's headed, nobody knows. Ooh. We gotta be close. We're almost there, you guys. No safety safe. Let's go. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is this? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making the detective run around all day while on duty. Top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people with funerals. Take Alana's having me run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you in case there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgar was talking about this the other day. 2 rules of evidence law. We did talk about that. Yep. Chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. She said if you're planning on taking him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. Guess I'll give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there even left to do? Your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. Now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. Marathon. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee. Oh, I fucking missed it. Thank you for your news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where a prosecution calls for a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking. Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. Solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? There's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that while I haven't struck any deals with witnesses. Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense, you may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Gotta get him.
Take that!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear about what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Yeah, sure. True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? This is my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, huh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up the SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? Afraid so. The chief of the police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, this turns out to be a big waste of time. Don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, it had nothing to do with the forgery. Oh, is that when Dark was arrested? Him, he was lying on the floor, unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. Police chief has the right to refuse to testify. Then I better hit him hard and fast. Well, okay. I think first things first, right? Like, can't really do anything about that. But him saying that means that we should present the shit he had, right? So, like, we've got the jar.
Objection!
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that's a claim you can't back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's a blue badge you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admitted then that you were involved in the forgery. Me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right? Right.
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. Whoa, what? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at that crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Okay. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief. Would you mind waiting till tomorrow for that? Today is, well, yeah. All right, Uchi. In return, though, I know. That place, right? Huh? Why are these guys telepathic? Okay. So, okay. For all I know, you could have planned on the office. Can't prove when. Okay, found out there's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. I think that's the key there. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you read from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What's the benefit? That you would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in and of itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even with that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. That's true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger. You might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Archie, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there's nothing in it for me. Pressing matter. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. There's something in it for me. Given his selfishness, will you help somebody out? He has an accomplice. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Miss Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then. Who is this person that you helped Chief? Okay, so he helped Lana.
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged the job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh my god, please. Lord help me. Oh, wait, you must mean puppet as in fucking hell. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you can control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this that I control Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, all this amounts to nothing but mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Oh, I already know. I already fucking got you, man. I got you. I've been playing this for 7.5 hours. I fucking got you. Mr. Edwards said in easier-to-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's decided to go through with this. All right. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. His fucking ID card record. ID card record. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows up who was entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There's one ID on the list that we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my ID card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, shit. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Oh, nothing. The defense searched my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I'm not going to go to the bathroom alone, as I do at the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't happen to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us the proof the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. So I want to say they said that the lost item report. Yeah, boom. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. You would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of that report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the... There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it. Oh my god. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was used only once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh, no! Oh, no! Chief Gant, you did it! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose a police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body.
Objection!
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was in the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we needed to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time, I thought it was just a useless clue, taking up space. How could the chief move the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence to move the victim's body. Oh! The useless evidence. It's the screwdriver.
Take that!
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? It's a screwdriver, but what does that have to do with the case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Oh! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transfer evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. You transferred the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed away in the trunk to be taken away. This is actually the opposite. This is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time is up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. Objection! But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not the right. That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Objection! So you're going to just run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show me your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. David Grant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, I got him way over here. Hi, camera. Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Mr. Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman? Oh, we didn't really... Oh, boy, they don't. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. Huh. See you, Edgy. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the Chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest of you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Objection!
Oh. Lady Luck, huh? Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness, who can answer all questions. Raised in this trial, someone right here in this room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Huh. Why, you're asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? I'd be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. Defense calls forth Lana.
Take that!
Defendant, Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. No. Her task to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders. At me so much attention. I'm trying to finish this game. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we'll reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there are any further objections, this court is now in recess. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, pals. Detective Gumshoe. Haha, I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided what work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How does he always get this up? How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse. It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that's not right. That can be casually imposed. There's certain risks to be considered. Risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, then the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier for that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside and forced herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That's why she keeps it cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anybody, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, I better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. Time to end this. Home stretch. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're quite aware of what's required of you. Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only one the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana, this is true. Then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright. You've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. Defense now begin its cross-examination. Okay. She, like, turned away. Wire. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide the fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for whatever happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. She's right. My sister's lying. You said you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. A broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation where you dream was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change his statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall ended up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade. Oh, I was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. So down, she's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. I'll just protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke up the tip of the knife. You planted the tip of the knife in the wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad. Maybe I'd ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up at the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Well, I guess I'll just keep pressing new instinct. Pieces of the jar, you mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already, of course, it had been shattered to pieces. Look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead. Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction in there somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Oh, I see. Hold on. It says it has nothing to do with Emma, but Emma's name is on the jar. It says Emma on it.
Objection!
Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. Huh? It does. It's contradictory. Really? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make what? Alright, let's try it here. Maybe I'm wrong. It's definitely the jar, though.
Objection!
Mr. Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. That what yours brother exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction? My testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that was shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. You have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. That's where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. Hands on desk. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order, order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth headed towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness will continue their testimony. Oh my gosh. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. It was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Okay. Need to notice again. That's not a lie. Blood. So we are. Okay. So no, because you didn't get all the pieces, because one of them was in the safe in Gant's office. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She didn't really know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified. She gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night the prosecutor marshal was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth the whole time. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? This witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Like that, there's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Oh my god. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. Why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Oh, no. No, I did on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem to type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if? We're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right, then. The witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really wasn't fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. Oh, I got a thing. She gave me a thingy. She gave me a book. Oh my god, it's like all the way at the end. Ooh, so much. Okay. Oh, shit. Lana said she'd give it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her. Let's check out the evidence. There must be a picture in there or something. Okay. Look. Well, I mean, I looked at it, but okay. Evidence law. Evidence law. Hey, there's a picture here. Uh-oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Contacted. Fuck. Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture has been inserted into the court record. Oh, it's right. That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? Yeah, it's the Emma's handprint. That cloth that had fingerprints on it. Whose fingerprints was the real murderer? Oh, but those were your fingerprints. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get the Let's go on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body. Oh, god damn it. This jackass. Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've seen. You can't. What, now you want to make me out? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Objection!
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't actually need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, what do you mean? You still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Rydo? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? It's true, Mr. Wright. Oh, no. If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. Okay. No, fuck that. Fuck that guy. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence that can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. No? I don't know what you're talking about. It's right. Why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would come ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that entrance to get Joe Dog convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence, you mean those items in your safe. But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come now, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. So you were hiding in the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I don't want to have to do that, being cheap and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. Should have known it was over. Should have known right then. Should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, the victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. All right, then let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out a piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that this be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever these fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person who belonged. Okay, so it's Emma, and that sucks. Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, you're really something, Rhino. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky. You knew those fingerprints were. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along. Yet you acted like she really did. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm not afraid it is over, boy. And not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? No. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what can it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Okay, I have a thought. So, yeah, the vest is super bloody. And that piece is not bloody. It's staged. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where this piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make it out with all that blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth! Wait. There's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt she shoved her prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, to make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. That was close, Wright. You almost had me. So sorry, but you have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute these allegations? You only see this piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy? Earlier, old Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. Alright, yeah. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of the cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you'd best be in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, the evidence is indeed illegal. Huh? Well, Mr. Wright, it seems at last time for me to finally reveal my plan. Yeah! Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Haha! So the evidence is illegal.
Objection!
Objection! No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? Hands on desk, baby! There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No. Gee, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. Can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation... if I can prove it didn't violate the law, I sure as hell can. I got this book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in the time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in the book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at the picture and... I'm sorry, but can you recall when that picture was presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, the piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, David Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Verifies going on the day of the crime. The person that cut out the piece of No! It was then you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the person who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. There's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. No. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something out of me. Crimes are being committed every day, and yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? You can't transfer the evidence out. There's still too many questions left unanswered. Oh my God. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking out the evidence, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all of this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw the accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have led to more blood, making it near impossible for you to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know what to do when it stumbled in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. On Detective Gumshoe's locker. It used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put up the body in my car. sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad having to do it, but I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try and go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, David Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn you are no longer that person. These days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes, first, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. This trial is over. I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. The time I had Gant help me to forge evidence up until today. So, seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky, and to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. Yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems good as self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky, yes, Your Honor, you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you into being his accomplice, a trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. It really has. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. That is all. This court is adjourned. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. My thanks was right. To you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every much as I have these past few days. Oh, she's smiling. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope not I'm interrupting anything, pals. Whew. Oh, guess I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making the detective run around all on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pal. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Yay. Lana. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Oh, I did that wrong. This was Phoenix's voice. Fuck. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I've ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much it was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. Sis, you're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day, and hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back, and now you have. Oh, Emma. Oh, and then they hug. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move forward toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me. Thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right? Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Grr. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth, not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You're just like me. Bah, I'm old and evil. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. In order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. Even though that thought terrified me, that's why I can't continue as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. This is pop quiz. Come on, Mr. Wright, show me what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Okay. Well, evidence. Got so much shit.
Take that!
Take that! Right in your face. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the list and I had the other. Hard, we couldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can help it you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Oh. So another case came to close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just one little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you just said it was okay. Yeah, well, it might be okay with me, but the folks in the prison are a bit different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? Why, you think you're gonna afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright, you're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. Oh, it's over. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Okay. Woo! Chat, what a night. 8.5 hours. Eight and a half hours. They warned me. They warned me the other day that it would be that long. It is so late. I'm sure the credits has a lot of fun stuff in it, and I would love to go through them, but it is getting real late. Thank you for those of you that stuck around for so long. Tomorrow we are off. You're not going to see me tomorrow. However, if you're following, you have your notifications turned on. You will see tomorrow or on Wednesday, I will be going live to start a playthrough of one of my favorite games from my childhood. We're going to play that. We're playing Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. I'm also I'm excited. We've got some fun stuff planned for this month and next month. So Wednesday, we will be back with Ocarina of Time. Thank you so much for sticking with me while we finished Phoenix Wright. Thank you to the new follows that we had today. It's interesting. Don't worry about it. YouTube, thank you so much for sticking around. If you are watching this on YouTube and you watch for the full 8 hours, holy shit. Holy shit. I appreciate that so much. But I will see you all on Wednesday. Thank you so much, you guys. Good night.